Hello, everyone. Your surrogate friends return to entertain you with their voices while reading silly dialogue from a Japanese-developed game set in late, I mean, like, as late as possible, 1800s London.
Mm-hmm.
Hell of a week last week. For those who did not watch Fuck Around Friday, I implore you to. Though, Brad's hand showed up on that stream, and that scared the fuck out of people. I can't imagine the horror it induced, because the view count just like plummeted when Brad's hand showed up. It was weird. But for those who don't know, well, one, I hope none of you have been affected by Hurricane Helene in any substantial way, as my house did. There was about, I don't know, 1.5 to 2 feet of water in my first floor of my house. Shit flooded. I was taken by the goddamn ocean. And the craziest thing, though, is that we didn't lose power.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
It was scary suddenly. A Half-Life level was my garage was a Half-Life level. There were floating boxes and the water was electrified. It was scary.
And the dudes were on the ceiling and stick their tongues down.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was tough. It was tough. But like it is nothing has ever happened like this in our area. This whole I guess the North Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, it's always been possible. It's always
the threat has always been there.
Yeah, but it hasn't happened in the last like 20 years.
Yeah, we've been hit with a lot of hurricanes. We've had a lot of power outages. Obviously, there's been trees that have blown over. There's been, like, minor flooding. Like, if you were really down low, you might flood. But I have never seen my house be taken by the ocean. And that's what it was. Like, the fucking ocean, the sea level rose up to my house. We were effectively floating. And it was kind of cool. Like, obviously, it was devastating. I driving down the road the other night, it was just like, everyone's just throwing away fucking everything they own. We're lucky to live in a house where the first floor and the second floor might as well be two different houses.
Mm-hmm.
They are not interconnected with like an inside staircase or anything, and that the first floor is pretty much just a big storage space. So I only live on the second floor. I never go downstairs for anything. To the point that we call our first floor the basement, because that's effectively what it is for us. And like, I was shocked seeing all that water come up, but like I said, it was kind of cool. It was kind of neat, like standing on the front porch, because we have this nice front porch also, on the second floor. So we had this nice view of just getting to watch everyone's pool equipment just flow north up the road. No sharks, sadly. I was hoping to see some sharks, but they didn't want to be in that water. Nothing wanted to be in that water. It's disgusting. It smells like death outside now. It's just putrid.
Yeah, that's right.
My pool is vile. I got the poop dick pool now. It sucks. Luckily, like, it's turning into fall anyway, so we wouldn't be using it. Not that I use it at all, but my dad and my relatives will come over sometimes and use it. But like, all things considered, we got really, really lucky. To the point that
Yeah.
I'm like kind of flabbergasted at it.
Yeah, it was about as bad as it could have gotten before it became devastating.
Yeah. And like, it was devastating for probably 99% of the other houses on my street. We just happen to have a unique house. We're also up pretty high compared to the other houses, which is weird to say because we live in Florida. But like, my dad built this house, and I think he built it higher on purpose because he knew this could happen. Obviously, every house is built on a raised foundation. Which makes sense for such reasons. You need water to flow out. If it rains, the water needs to go somewhere. But really, the craziest thing was like hearing the water getting sucked out when the tide was going out. Like, it was scary. Standing in the garage, it was like a demon was getting summoned. Yeah, and then North Carolina somehow got absolutely smashed. Or certain parts of it. We have a buddy in there, Leo. He seems to be doing okay, though. He's over in, like, towards Raleigh, though, I think. But... yeah, hopefully none of you were affected by it. And if you were, I hope you're doing okay. And I will now provide the silly entertainment of the courtroom. Also, Emma's on my stream now. Look at her. There she is. Left her on for Fuck Around Friday. So.
Where are we at?
I don't know. Oh, funny thing you should all go watch at some point here. Capcom put out a 7-minute video that is, God, how should I put this? It's like a cheap animated promotion video where it is Phoenix in Edgeworth promoting all the collections that now exist in the series.
Sure. Pretty much everything's in a collection at this point, right?
Everything is in a collection, in fact.
Yeah.
There is no, apart from Layton, which is a bit different.
Right,
but,
yeah, that's
they're like, everything is out, including Ghost Trick. You can get them. It's kind of funny. It was kind of cool because, like, in the games, Phoenix is voiced by, in the few games where he is like actually voiced in any capacity, he's voiced by Sam Riegel. But Sam Riegel has like
that's who voices him in the anime, right?
No, Eric
Okay.
Vale is, and that's who they got for this, which is kind of cool.
Oh,
so
okay,
they couldn't get
okay.
the game voice actor; they got the anime voice actor. I think they got Richard Epcar to voice Edgeworth. He sounds weird. I don't really like the voice of the game, but it's cute. But it was a cute little thing of them promoting stuff, which makes me feel like they might actually be making more Ace Attorney if they care this much. It's not like it's hard to make, but the funniest thing you might here, I can send it in Discord first. Hold on.
Yeah. Plus,
this
I mean,
is
when
the beginning
when did this game
of
come
the
out?
stream.
2021.
No, these are
No.
this collection did, but these games are
Okay.
from like 2017, I think.
Okay. So it's been a while since we've had an Ace Attorney.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Yeah, this is like the opening of the video.
Sure, this is the fake YouTube video.
Is the fake YouTube video,
Oh
and
my
Judge
God, his honor eats
2 views 21 years ago. And then of course Rafa has the 3.15 million views, and then you got the DL6 button, whatever that does, on the video itself.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking funny. But yeah, poor Judge. Poor Judge. Anyway, let's see what's up here. All right, so we are in the present. We have no evidence.
Okay, yeah, it's been a week. So
It's been a week. So the crime that happened was
World Fair Festival.
World Fair is happening. Our boy Albert Hairbrain, our client, seemingly killed this guy by teleporting him into the Crystal Tower.
Yeah.
Which is unlikely to be the truth. And
seemingly the teleporter worked. We don't even know if it actually works yet or not.
Yeah, obviously we're sitting here with going like, you can't do that. That's not possible. But I guess this is a world where cat door makers of miraculous design can exist, so maybe instantaneous kinesis is plausible. Spirit mediums exist, maybe. But we got reinstated as a lawyer, talked to Strongheart, he talked her ear off. Albert and Zeke's were buds. You and he were buddies.
Buddies, weren't you?
We met the mysterious masked man who does not speak that apparently Ryunosuke knows. That is all we could think of was, hey, it's Kazuma, yet it's like there's no fucking way it's Kazuma. Kazuma's like easy dead. That was like pretty definitive. We met our daughter / wife, depending on what you're into. Our assistant, Gina Lestrade again. Love her. This guy. How do you feel about Tobias?
I like Tobias, he's fun.
Yeah, you like Gregson, all right?
Yeah.
I think he's no gumshoe. But he's all right.
I get really fucking hungry every time he's on the stream.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm like, damn, you're battered cod.
Yeah, that's true. And then the woman of my dreams showed up, apparently. That's not Maya. I'm sorry, Maya. I don't know you exist yet, as of getting like into the mindset of this stream. She is French though. That's kind of a deal breaker. There's exceptions to every rule. Anyway, she runs a wax museum, and pretty much the only thing we know at this point, or have surmised, is the wax doll model, whatever you want to call it, sculpture. That's the word.
Figure.
Of a notorious criminal known as the Professor was taken for ransom from her wax museum.
Mm-hmm.
Of which we are assuming maybe it has something to... Obviously, it's going to have something to do with this. In terms of, like how the bodies moved.
Yeah.
You
pointed out that they drop a body out of a hot air balloon to make it look like he was teleported to the tower, right?
But if the body was found in the tower, it's more likely the body was somehow switched during the experiment itself.
Right.
And whatnot. We just found a crossbow. We did not tell Gina or Gregson about this.
Mm-hmm.
And we found some burned land. Oh no, that's a piece of green cloth. This was just on the ground.
Okay, where was this on the ground? By the teleporter?
It was just below where we were talking to Gina, below the teleporter.
We were talking to Gina, just that area in general. Okay.
Yeah. Because we weren't allowed to take anything from the crime scene itself up top. So we just grabbed some stuff down below.
Yeah, so...
We're going to be drawing all over this momentarily. We got hot air balloons. Big thing there. I believe I thought we already examined this to unfold it. It's like a weird spot you had to click it. It was like up here. Yeah. Delicate.
Right, this was just also just lying around.
Yeah, we just found this in the corner.
All right. Here's what they had the body tied to a balloon, and they shot the balloon to make it fall.
It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Right, so like theoretically this might have been able to shatter the glass to create the illusion or something. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with bowstrings 2 times out of 3. Ooh! In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. Doubt. Okay. That's the crossbow. We can look at this. I don't think we... Yeah, well, man, we were just kind of running through it at the time. I didn't even look at any of this. I was in a trance last stream because I had to switch between Gregson, Iris, and Gina. Which is like 3 different, maybe British accents. And that took everything I had. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. Uh-oh. The charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Okay. Or maybe not. No, that makes sense. It's protective gear. Okay.
I was just talking to my mom just now, but what was the lowdown of this piece?
It has rubber in it, and
Okay.
it appears to be burned. So this is likely something worn by someone to protect themselves from the experiment in some capacity. They still got zappied, though. This is just the newspaper, which looks like we can comment on. Right, the other main thing going on here is this through line about Zeeks and his Reaper status. He was attacked by the men of the guy who died in this incident, because they assumed it was him because of the superstition surrounding him. Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld. Okay. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks as a result, by the sound of it. Makes you think. If that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Okay, that's all. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Harebrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I don't know. I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Right. That's the other thing, is that there's like patent protection going on here. Something along those lines. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Right. If it's an accident, his secrets are protected about how the device was made. If it was a homicide, well, is homicide...
I'm back.
Homicide is just if someone dies, right? Not if someone kills the other person.
No, homicide is murder. Because if it's like,
It
an
is
accident,
murder.
they call it involuntary manslaughter.
Right, okay. That's what I... Okay.
No, homicide's like intent
Right.
to kill.
So-
for sure.
Right. If it was homicide, then his secrets will be revealed to the world because they will confiscate the machine.
Right.
Right.
Because then it's evidence or whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's a murder weapon at that point.
This guy is much more concerned about his machine than his own innocence. But, hey, makes it... We have an interesting angle to take for once of... Let's play the accident angle, not just the he's completely innocent angle. Because this guy has said, like, something did go wrong under my control, under my experiment.
Yeah, as far as he's aware, he did kill someone on accident.
Yeah. So, but he believes in his machine. He believes in what he did.
Inscrutable machine.
So it was an accident.
Gonna go with this Zeke's. My
commiserations. It could be Sholmes. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Sholmes.
Okay.
I figured Zeke's gonna be walking in here.
Sure. It's just that he talked to It's just that he had talked to Hairbrain before. It's like he knows him, so he might speak to him before the trial. Was just my thinking.
Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him up.
Is it? Are you? Herlock Sholmes?
Probably. I don't remember.
Indeed, sir. I am he. Herlock Sholmes.
Woo! Yeah!
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany.
Germany, where's that? Oh yes, Rance magazine is on sale in Germany too. Oh, there's only one Germany.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Like the Sonic characters?
Ah, yes. A memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the Speckled Band. Whatever. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Is he gonna be in the dock with us, or the behind the desk?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow.
Oh, I guess not.
But I'm afraid I can't stay.
Oh.
Urgent business at Madame Tespel's.
Oh yeah, he's got to keep whoring himself out. You mean your waxwork job?
No, no. The waxwork abduction, of course. Madam has engaged my services.
Engaged, I'll kill you. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you?
The week's wages depend on it. As does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention.
Oh, well, never mind then. I understand.
Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Iris, do you not make any money? Or are you just you're being a good parent and forcing your kid to be independent?
Yeah, well, she makes money because she gets the publication money.
Yeah.
She
Should I give any to the guy that she's getting all the ideas from, though? Many such cases. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know.
Fucking, you tell me about it.
And if I give something my full attention, I've quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say.
Oh, right on the lens. God. Oh, don't push up your glasses like that.
Oh yes, quite definitely. Absolutely. I totally understand.
Someone a little starstruck.
I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please.
What's this about?
Remarkably little grounding in science. I feel I ought to inform you.
It's all magic.
As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
But the professor said the demonstration was a success.
Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo. I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree?
Are you barking?
Barking. Like a hound
Oh my god.
of the Baskervilles, perhaps?
Oh my god.
But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact, succeed? That's contradictory.
Ah, you said the thing! And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial. I've no doubt.
What's that supposed to mean?
Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley. Whoosh, whoosh.
Instantaneous kinesis.
Yeah, teleports away. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up. You can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. Sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. All right, I will request that this will be the one trial case where I'm Van Zeeks and you're Ryunosuke.
Okay.
Ugh. Well, I'll play us in at least. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. October 9:10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
We got close to lining up the dates.
Whoa. That was all new jurors, I think.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of the Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
He's so lonely.
I'm 6 months out of practice. What's more?
What are you talking about? You just replayed it all in your head perfectly. You're set, man. Ah!
I'm without Sasato-san today.
Just guys being dudes in the court.
Ugh. It's just my imagination. Does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So... I must say, I recollect the victim of this case all too well. Mr. Odie Osmongold.
Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the juror had been bribed, from the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
No. He really has to stand like that, huh? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Hairbrain. If you say so.
Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random. To represent the will of the people.
Will of the people.
Are the six of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
Whoa. Let's look at them all first.
Yeah.
I'll just read it normally. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Oh, I like her.
Ubo.
We got cleavage. Wow. Actually, that's not surprising. Every now and then they throw out some fucking fat titties in your face in these games. Have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh. Oh golly! It said shivers down my spine. I want her.
Oh my fucking god!
Whoa! Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are all nothing more than performances.
It's fucking Edison.
The fuck? He's got the power elixir from Risk of Rain. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
A word up.
Oh my god.
I don't actually know how the one song goes. Where it's like, oh my god, it's corn, and it's like.
Oh yeah, it's the scatting section of Freak on a Leash, I think.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Okay.
I can't do it. And we found out I share a birthday with Jonathan Davis. That's kind of cool.
Hey Brad, I need you to come into the stream and scat for us.
Scat all over everyone's ears, please. Thanks. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and the settle on one. That's it, isn't it? I'll take this one. I'll take this one, I guess.
Oh, it's the guy. Here he is. He's dead.
Oh! Oh my god. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Holy shit.
That's...
This is a strap jury.
That's... The police killer Artemal lookalike again.
Yeah, selected at random.
And he's as exhausted as ever. Seems. Now, I'm sure you are all aware.
No, as
I'm sure you are all aware. The incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events. And as such, the eyes of all London, no, the whole world will be on this trial.
Again?
It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks.
At the heart of this incident is the technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
What of science's latest developments, I take it? The government is keen to capitalize on the great exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Beans?
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
It's just a guy.
Yeah, I'll take him. I kind of want the
Sure.
magician.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're taking the magician. I was going to force the magician on you. I'll take the woman and the weird corn and I don't know. Well, I could probably do a weird Cockney voice for the gun dude.
Okay.
So then there's the guy with the flask you can take.
Sure.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Well, I don't believe it. That's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? Oh my goodness, how shocking!
Ah! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock! So, this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
Just turn into bats and teleport. What's the fucking problem? Why do you need a machine for this? The prosecution would assert
Clown, incoming clown.
at the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration
Oh my fucking god.
was a success.
Oh my god. What? What rot? Order!
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. That's us. That's what we're doing right now. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. Alright, good angle.
Look at the stance that he killed him with the teleporter! but...
I mean, if you're a prosecutor, this is like a dream case. like you're searching for that fucking high. You're a goddamn artist.
Yeah, because he's just doing his job. It's like...
My job is to make shit up and make it sound feasible. And god damn it, if the premise of this is this man teleported a man and killed him in the process, fuck me, I'm running with it.
Yeah.
This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. I mean, this is great. It's like, I make a machine that's gonna get me money, and it's gonna kill the guy that helped me make it so I get all the money. Case closed.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Oh no, fuck, there's witnesses in this game. Gladly, my lord. Cue the Yakuza music.
I wanted to fall on someone, like to like go over the lamp or something.
Yeah. Well, he's not thrown anything at Ryunosuke yet. And in all of the Ace Attorney games, shit gets thrown at Phoenix. You know, I guess
so it's coffee from Godot.
Yeah, Edgeworth never throws anything at him. However,
Francisco whips him.
In the first case of the first game, the guy rips off his wig and throws it at Phoenix's face, which they show in the that animation promo video I was talking about.
Yeah,
and I was like, wow, that happened.
Clavier throw anything at Apollo?
Clavier does not throw anything, but Black Quill throws knives.
Okay, that's fine.
And I was like, whoa. And then the guy in 6, the whatever his name is, I don't know.
Actually, I don't think I know who the guy in 6 is.
He has this he has tan skin and white hair, and he has like beads in a staff. He throws. Phoenix will object, and then he'll like throw beads at his arm to like wrap his arm up so he can't object or something like that. So we haven't had Zeke's throw anything yet. He has thrown things at, just not at
I've never
Ryunosuke. Yeah, I didn't know about him until like a couple of weeks ago. I had only known about Reifa.
I didn't even know about Reifa until you saw that image.
No, I'd said it at some point because I'm like, hey, look, this is who Fushuan's based after.
Sure, but I didn't process it.
Yeah, no internalization. Anyway, Bailiff. The clowns in my head have quieted down finally. Show the first witness to the stand.
Nice.
Reasonable. Witnesses. State your names and occupation for the court.
Here's the other thing that makes me hungry about Gregson. I think French fries are probably just my favorite food.
Dude, I'm with ya. I go to places and I'm just like, I need that fucking fried potato.
Dude, it's a fucking fried potato.
I need it. Like, it's like, oh, you should have like, you know, you got a grilled salmon, you need rice with that. Fuck you, bring me the French fries.
Bring me the French fries.
Give me those fucking things. Ugh. Fish and chips. Ugh. The British food. The British food.
Awakened kebab.
The pea wet. Ugh. No, like I don't think there's anything better. Like, I need a French fry. Because here's the other thing. Like, food, you can have the best food in the world. You can have the highest quality steak you've ever had in your life, right? You got that Wagyu, you got that whatever, right? We're in Japan eating that meat and the whatever, the yakiniku, right? And I'm just sitting there like, where's the sauce? And you know what French fries are mediums for? Sauce. And that's all there is to it. Now I'm hungry. Sorry. Fuck you, Gregson. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Hello. Get down.
Albert Hairbrain. This is a scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes. That's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery.
Our food's terrible!
Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
The schnitzel making machine.
Mm-hmm. Ever have a German like curry ketchup?
No.
Really fucking good.
Maybe I have, because I definitely when your sisters came back from Europe one time, we like ate something at your house that was like themed around the food that they had there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was whatever is the schnitzel the sausage?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah, that was like one of the best things I've eaten in my life. That was really fucking good. So maybe your mom had made that kind of curry ketchup then or something to go with it, because it was really tasty.
Yeah, it's not hard to get. I think you can probably like get. You can either get it or make it. Like, but it's good.
What makes it curry ketchup?
What
is the curry part adding to the ketchup?
Let's see.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, that is mainly.
We're never getting through this trial.
But it's just like sweet and spicy.
Yeah.
It's for currywurst. The German currywurst.
Currywurst. Okay. I'll keep an eye out.
But it's I'm ready. But it's sweeter than normal ketchup. It's like really sweet. Yeah, it's good.
I had a dream about mango lassies.
His main goal
last night. Anyway, what you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion.
The science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was that terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
Oh my god.
A man who died of instantaneous kinesis, shot in the fucking heart.
It's like a beautiful image. What the hell?
He's handsome Squidward.
He's handsome. The glass is pretty. Like the composition.
The colors are great. Nice
like
and
The
saturated.
filter they used. Yeah.
The glass it's crystal.
It's like diamond. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I'm glad this guy died so I could look at this image.
This guy died. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower. I take it? The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less.
The centipede of the exhibition. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. No, put it back.
I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence.
Photographic print of the victim, taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound into the chest. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself.
I see. So, to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor, splendid machine!
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
Sorry? Me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder. Plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think that?
Well, I guess we just kill him then.
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Murder. A front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. It was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury. A fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp, right in the heart. The victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it.
An extraordinary business. My Discord froze. It literally hard. It literally ended on the H. That was funny.
You mean like restream?
No, you're good.
Okay.
It was just like literally the picture froze for a second.
Didn't read the line.
Oh, I did. Did you not hear me?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess Discord completely froze then. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact,
oh my god,
that the victim was killed twice by the accused. Oh man. Oh man, he's loving this.
No! That couldn't be further from the truth!
He's like, you're my best friend. I have to make sure I treat you with the utmost respect I can as a prosecutor. Just like Adrian. Whose memories are these? I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. Wait, like the Robin Williams movie? You ever seen that movie?
I've seen part of it.
That movie's fucking funny.
I know it's a good movie.
The second level of the Crystal Tower. About 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the Kinesis resulted in the bird cage materializing in midair. Whoa. From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. What murder weapon?
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
How did you kill someone with a clipboard? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record.
Your request is granted, counsel.
The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Asman. His neck was broken from the impact of the violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object.
I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance.
We have the coroner's name.
Yeah, there's the coroner name again.
Courtney Sith. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations. A broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from an impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. You might ask why I would stab a man before throwing him out of a hot air balloon. Alright. Or shot in the chest.
Yeah,
midair.
wait.
Oh man, they're gonna have shot in midair, I hope, somehow. That would be great. Oh no, they would have found the bolt.
And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
And really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think otherwise, really.
Everyone shut up.
Very well. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, my lord! Need to focus here. It's been a while.
The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck.
Are you suggesting that that's because he fell from a considerable height?
Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business.
What's that?
The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere mid-air. Nowhere in mid-air.
So, although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur.
Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
Hold it! So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself? Personally? Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only, you got wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right! That's the point! The calculation is so complicated! Even I can make a mistake! Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asmund was wearing at the time, I suppose? Crackling comments! The answer should have been there! Or should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. That's weird. I've always had a running joke that safety first is the third thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I had said it today too. I was like, it was like a joke between me and my dad.
Yeah, because safety is not often first.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, safety third. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Hold it! Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it?
Too right.
Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well.
But you're saying that's not the case?
You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds.
We all know that's a bottomless bag.
The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart.
Hold it! The defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. I'm sorry. The autopsy report is too up to date.
Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object?
Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. It's an Among Us. Among Us. This.
Oh yes, that would appear to be some kind of screw. Ah! There he is.
He's like laughing. That's like ah ha 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 ha.
There he is.
Yeah.
My trusty little companion, Andrew. It's a good name for a screwdriver.
I like that.
Andrew.
It's got the A. It's
Of
a screwdriver.
course.
Yeah.
Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends. Like all my tools.
Come on, screwdriver testimony. Let's see it.
I've named them all, you know. We're one big, happy family. Andrew is my flat-headed screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead.
I hate flathead screwdrivers.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't...
It's blood!
Fuck.
It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt.
No!
And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What? What?
He's gonna be like, it's been missing.
Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
Screwdriver has been entered into the court record.
So, one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon.
What a bizarre screwdriver.
You know, it's weird.
It's long.
Like, I can't imagine getting a decent grip on that handle.
No.
This blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. What's the problem with looking at murder weapons?
What, you just find out there's blood on it?
Shit. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the Kinesis machine.
Right, so it's like, everyone was watching, when was this guy stabbed?
Right, yeah. Okay, so they're claiming he was stabbed and then teleported, not teleported and then stabbed, or whatever. Okay,
I
that
believe
makes
so,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it.
A very distinct handle. It was found at the remains of the Kinesis machine.
Okay. I mean, seemingly this did happen on some level. Murder weapons by the thing that teleports things. He was stabbed up where he was being teleported to.
They dropped it down from the hot air balloon.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's great.
Ace Attorney.
I was thinking the same thing.
So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow was the only one who could have done it.
What grounds do you have for saying that?
Ha! You really need to ask. There were only two people on that public experimentation stage, in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right. I saw him with my own eyes.
Furthermore, following the explosion and Kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Great Scott.
Excuse me.
So, what's going on, buddy?
Harebrain! Do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor! Sorry! I was just calculating the optimal coefficient of electrolytes to separate molecules in the human body.
The optimum
Electrolysis.
coefficient
Yeah.
of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seemed as though you might have something to say. About Inspector Gregson's last remark? Yes! Yes, that's right, of course! He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know! There's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say.
Eh?
Explain! Please, Professor! course! This cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals, with blood running continuously through our veins.
I had heard.
And surely you see! If I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the stage would have been a bloodbath! No, a blood swimming pool! Ah! But thousands of Londoners were watching me at this time! And yet, not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood!
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see, not one! True, I didn't see anything like that. Me, a witness in this case.
Change color.
I'm
Does it go back to purple or is it a different color? Let's see.
going with different color, let's see.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man. Red. I'm calling red, like pinkish red.
Green. Purple.
Okay, back to purple.
Not bad.
Well done, Professor! That was a great counter-argument.
Something that would have taken 2 hours to bring up in the previous game.
Order! Order!
Well, you know what time it is, everyone. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends a-deucing. What the fuck's a-deucing? Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Varrock. But I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not.
No.
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Oh, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson.
The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Once again, would people not have witnessed a knife going into this guy's chest? What the hell is this?
Hold it!
Why would you think that, Inspector?
With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word.
I see.
You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator.
Sato-san when you need her.
If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asman in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device. The screwdriver was still where he planted it.
I would never do such a thing! Not my precious tools! I would never use them for such dirty work! You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated.
That's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Van Zeeks keep that to himself until now on purpose. To gain the advantage? Oh well. Suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible.
Alright, so what we got?
Well, last one, Andrew was not with the body. He's claiming to teleport with him. Yeah.
That's right.
It says it on the screwdriver, right?
Interesting argument you have here, Gregson. However, the testimony that was modified and the evidence handed to me during the testimony says otherwise.
While the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend. Even on your side of the world.
Fuck. Yes. But about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves. On the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through the metal grill.
Poking through a metal.
I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, now you come to mention it. Yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravene the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific... Okay, yeah, I got it right. No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch anything.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool had been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage.
Oh.
That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And it had been found still lodged in the victim's chest.
Zeeks is gonna be like, don't you understand anything about instantaneous kinesis? Only items bound to the soul of the transported will go with them. The clothes they put on, the food in their stomach, the glasses they wear, but not something that could take their life.
Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't...
As though everything the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well.
You.
This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility.
All right. They shot the screwdriver back onto
We're
the stage.
back with the crossbow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. All right. Time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped!
Whoa. No. Don't incriminate yourself. No, stop. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, did I accidentally skip him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
I'm worried.
About what? Without delving into details, there is no inconsistency.
Oh my god. Shut up.
What?
No, please don't tell me the soulbound items are the only things allowed to move.
No.
No.
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Osmond's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. You see, he is a planar locked item.
Well. Oh! It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Zeke's like stifling laughter. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation.
Zeke's thought process is actually just, shit, that's my boy. I gotta hype him up. I gotta prove that he's a real scientist. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will,
Justice?
my lord. Did he say that?
Who's Apollo? Memories of these. Gregson's gone. The inconsistency explained.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research.
You put on a whole demonstration!
Gathering data! My hypothesis states that Kinesis cannot transport metal.
What?
Though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Alright, so in Shutakami's defense, this is how it works in Terminator.
My hands are up in the air. Fine. Fine.
Because that's why the
He's
Terminator's
naked.
got to wear the flesh suit. And
Yeah.
then they teleport naked.
Yeah.
It can only teleport organic matter or whatever.
Despite his metal body.
Right, but it's like protecting the metal body is the idea.
Alright, we got any metal on here? That's wood! You know what? Fair. That's wood.
His glasses.
His glasses...
That's metal.
That's metal. That's definitely metal. In fact, it's amazing they're on at all.
In fact, I'm gonna point to it and be like, that's metal, idiot.
Yeah. That's probably metal. There's iron in your blood.
That's a great point.
Explain that one.
In fact,
Atheists.
in fact, I've seen JoJo Part 5. I know how much iron's in you.
There's so much!
You got like 500 pounds of iron inside your
You're
body.
all iron, by the way. Every time I think of iron, I think of that scene in X-Men 2. Where Magneto kills the guy, but just like...
Oh, right, ripping it out of him, yeah.
Yeah, because there needed to be like a certain amount
Yeah.
in it to be able to like manipulate it, and then you just had these like two tiny metal balls that you just like tore the entire building down with. I'm like, man, that's cool as fuck.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, no, it's good.
My hypothesis states the Kinesis cannot transport metal unless it's in your body and soulbound to you, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put.
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all.
Kusado, throw the book at him. Oh.
I'm going to be executed by capital punishment, aren't I? Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now, I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Zeke's lip is bleeding as he is trying not to laugh. So,
the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is...
that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words,
since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency.
And therefore,
Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer.
my great hypothesis holds, you see.
That's my boy right there, Zeeks. Just like old times, eh, buddy?
We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness.
Silence.
Professor Hairbrain. Yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes! Fire away, Mr. Naruhodo!
It should have switched to Hairbrain there on the bottom. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research.
Hold it!
And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you do realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious situation, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the great scientist, of the same great scientist, you know. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist?
Me, of course.
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind.
You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Whoa.
I would never forget you, Barrioth.
No. No, I wouldn't.
So, Lord Van Seek surely did have a friend once. But I didn't notice hell freezing over.
They should put Sholmes in Monster Hunter Wilds as a monster. That's what I want to see.
Ah, got us spotted.
Yeah. He does like horrible mental damage to you somehow. He has like unavoidable damage aura. He just pads out the hunt. Just makes it go way too long. Anyway, my hypothesis states the Kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put.
Hold it!
And why is this?
Your hypothesis states it. So this isn't proven then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis. But a good one! Based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by
Electrolysis.
electrolysis. Yes, of course. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage?
Like the Robin Williams movie?
Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Asman was placed for the Kinesis.
He's wearing metal.
The jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of sorts. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship.
In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim. Is this not? Oh, shit. Indeed, sir. Someone take me out of this nightmare.
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all.
You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased?
No.
No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asmund losing his life. The advancements of science is no excuse. I know that. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asmund? Oh, well, no. Not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis in the project. And the research rant, of course.
Mr. Asmund was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Asmund in the first place?
What is that?
A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work.
Literally, I see.
Oh, that's a scientific journal. Good gracious, I should need new spectacles. I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time, I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered-down water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Asmund read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asmund provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together. The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asmund took care of it all. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything.
Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
You say that you built the machine together. Does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though, following the explosion. Repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmund and I toiled over the machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it.
Soulbound.
I have to protect our work. So, what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. That's the extent of the testimony, then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder... what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed?
Yep, so it should just be... this one and the picture.
Yeah. His glasses are in the photo.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on! Exactly correct!
Yeah, okay,
In
then,
that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face.
his handsome face.
you can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't. No, that's metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should have also predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Get his ass.
Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim is killed somewhere other than the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! This experiment was proof of all my work! If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Did I say I was gonna do this guy? What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going.
I'm gonna have to do a summation examination.
What's the best way for me to help the professor? Where's an objection to what? We want to prove that he's a hack, honestly.
We are better off proving he's a hack. To be sure. Until... So, maybe the weird thing that's going to happen here is that we are going to find the wax body that got teleported.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be crazy, of course, but we're not there yet, so, someone's going to say something crazy, I think.
Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being.
It's usually always, object, though, and then we have to do some other nonsense.
My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination.
But what about this special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much.
If it's determined the machine itself was the murder weapon, I think you'll find the act won't apply.
Of course it was the murder weapon! Anyone could see that plain as day!
So, we're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped? If I don't do something, they'll...
Objection!
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so...
Even so what?
Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He would.
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that.
Because the grant money.
For the research grant money.
Ah. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators?
What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds?
Why 10,000?
That's a
Your
lot. Of,
order
that's a
of
lot.
magnitude-
That's a lot of threepennies.
Your order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year!
Y'all can live a handsome on that much for years. What is that thing?
The society noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists are arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone. Least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Yeah, now we're talking. Yeah, baby.
Varrock! My boy, Varrock!
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Oh, fuck. Barrow.
Bessarios. Where is this heading? I have no idea.
My lord, if I may.
Oh, yes.
It's October.
Lord Von Seeks.
The prosecution would like to summon a new witness to the stand.
New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement?
They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats.
Eyewitnesses? Oh, very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no postiche. Postiche?
Potache?
Potache. Potache?
Maybe. Postiche is fair too. I have no idea.
Okay. This experiment was no postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend.
Yes?
It's time for you to make your own stance clear.
Clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now,
Oh, really?
during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. In that case, Court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Postiche. French for like toupee.
Pastiche.
Hairpiece.
Okay. A farce.
Yeah.
Pastiche. Oh, they put it to be continued in the middle of the first part of the trial. That's interesting. That's fine. It's a good time to take a break then. Let's get to some music. Yeah, they timed that pretty well, I'd say. It started at 9:10 and then 10:44. Yeah, that was pretty good. Mr. Naruto. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My amazing hypothesis. Shut up, I want to go eat something. You've been picking holes in it from the start. All right, be right back.
Be right back. I am back.
Damn, I'm cold. Weird.
Cold.
Yeah.
It's like 100 degrees out.
I know. I don't know what it is. Like I said, my AC is like broken to the point where it's like working overtime. So I'm just freezing in here. Ugh, I don't know.
Wait, hold on. I need you to look at this really quick.
Yes, sir.
Just came across this.
Oh my god. Have we talked about?
We shouldn't. Yeah.
No, people need to know about Yakub. I'll let you all do it on your own time. But I mean, this is our kind of humor. It's our history, Tommy.
Of course, yeah.
It's my history. I'm part Italian. Yeah, so the quick rundown of Yakub is what was it? Is a state of Islamic myth.
I think I don't know
about
exactly.
this large-headed black guy who invented white people. That's the overview of it. You can check out the horrible racist details elsewhere, but that's the idea. And people have become aware of this, and anytime a white person finds out about this, they find it fucking hilarious. Like the notion of it, right? It's just like, whoa, we don't have mythos about anything. How exciting! What Tommy sent here is just a tweet that says, Yakub creating Italians. Okay, so do 25% white in a good way, 25% white in a bad way, 25% gay, and finally, 25% homophobic. I just yeah, my creator. Hold on, I have something stuck in my teeth. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we saw the Celebrate trailer for the new Automata thing at the very least. Unless there was more to it than that. They had a physics update? In what regard?
Okay, anyway. Enough with the racism for now. And yes, I did see the Stellar Blade boob physics update. It was quite spectacular. Stellar, in
What?
fact.
Just they jiggle now, or
No.
did they not jiggle before?
No, Tommy, they made it so that when her arms hit the sides of them, they'll like press inwards. So that the cleavage gets more defined.
Okay.
The clothes also wrinkle really nicely. It's very nice looking. But once again, like, I played that game and I'm just like, the tone, Eve. Not Jill, Alex. Eve. I'm not faking that, by the way. Eve being your sexy dress-up darling, you know, like the anime. Sexy dress-up doll to the deadly serious, dying sad in a desert tone is so fucking weird. It's so fucking strange. But, like, it works, in a way, because you're just like, well, I just want to play an action game, and I want to look at the hot girl. And that's, sometimes all you need is something simple, right? Life's not always about the complexities. What are we doing?
Playing Ace Attorney.
Oh!
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about playing Ace Attorney.
But you promised me! You said you'd prove that the rat-hit explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands.
I was fucking trying!
But all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
That's my fucking line. Slap this guy.
Yes. I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis.
I don't understand your hypothesis!
The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no! You're right. You're so right. And it's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barock? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster! Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no! Wait! He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you?
No!
Yes. What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, that's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand.
Counsel, defendant, get the fuck in here. Go. Get in there. Go on. Get. Go.
It's
Hurry.
gonna be funny because obviously we had Edison being our science expert on the jury. Now this is gonna turn into it was a magic trick, and we're gonna have the magician expert on the jury.
No, that is absolutely what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's what's going to happen.
That's
It's funny.
absolutely what's going to happen.
It all hinges on that demonstration. The professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims. It leaves him as the only person who could have possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Solms was adamant. Gay, homosexual gay.
Why did he say that?
A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the great exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here?
Still alone, I see.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witness to testify?
The new witness is.
The new witness is to testify.
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
As is the defense, my lord.
Cool.
So, Lord Von Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective.
Wow!
My girl.
Who could it be?
So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Perfect.
Great.
Detective of all people.
Who's always been honest and straightforward with us.
Yeah.
Maybe we didn't purify her. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff. Show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Yay! What were those freaks on the left?
I'm never ready. I'm never, like, you're never gonna be ready. It always hits me like a fucking punch in the gut whenever, like, the new witnesses show up.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Oh my god.
Balthazar
Dude, that's
Loon.
Balthazar Loon!
Holy shit.
You want Balthazar Loon? I'll take the shit kid.
Sure. My name is Balthazar Loon.
Balthazar.
I am the impressio of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage.
Oh my god. My name is Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ornstein. And this is Smo.
Oh my god! Oh my god, they're Ornstein and Smo! Holy shit!
My name is Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ornstein.
Alright,
Gods! Time to guess the ages. Alright.
Alright, Smo over there
and 52, and the kid's
16
52.
Yeah, 16 and 52. I'm with you on that.
16 and 52. Let's see it. Alright, well, we have to finish the dot. Oh my god. Oh my high Esmeralda.
Okay, he looks
42.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. I have come to see the Great Britain exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Like Rhapsody? That's a delicate trade right there. That balloon could go quick. I'm very rich. Oh. He doesn't exist. Oh my god. My brain's overflowing with accents and voices. Who the fuck? What do you sound like? Inspector
She's
Gina
Cockney.
Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. She's so happy.
Gina! Again!
Yay!
But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually. Didn't she?
She's so happy.
She really loved every minute of it.
There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above.
You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of, circa 60 feet. Very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet? What the?
60 feet? About 18 meters, then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
What the fuck is this kid?
It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
Do you always have a French accent, or is this because you've been hanging out with Bebe so you can get Yerlinger in P3?
Yeah, I've definitely been hanging out with Bebe, but I practiced
11.
one for Ace Attorney 3, but I was kind of doing a different voice for that.
Who would that have been for? Luke?
I did it for Master and Mask.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. That was a good one. You did great with him.
Thank you.
With the fade out. Okay, this Bohemian boy. Not.
Is this the real boy?
His real name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to see if there's a pun in here I'm supposed to pick up. Balthazar Loon. Like, I get the balloon part of it, but okay, whatever.
Balloon.
It was an incredible. It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Okay. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Okay. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage. It fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Cerveza. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near after it crashed into the tower. Thanks, Gina. I love you.
A most extraordinary collective amount, I must say.
Collective account. Extraordinary collective account.
Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now.
The bang.
Specifically, that there were 2 explosions?
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Surprised a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. That's smooth. You could see the other balloon spawn back in as he hands it out. I still have lots of money. Cool.
Precisely. Who is this curious infant?
I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Ja? I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that?
Throwing you a bone here, he's the killer. Come on. Come on, Naruhodo, get it together. Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like. Nothing changed.
Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Ja, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder.
Yes. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord.
Hi, Gina.
Beep, 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 beep.
The view from 60 feet up. It was an incident terrible. Terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
Hold it!
You're the balloon man.
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time. I understand. See. All 3 of them. My bellissimi babini. They are very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride.
Whoa.
10 pounds? That's more than my annual stipend.
Stipend. 20 pounds a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty police card, you know? Nice.
And detectives have all the luck. And
Not
if
me,
they're so
pal.
popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other.
The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
C. And zone above public supplementation stage is the most profitable.
Experimentation.
The other impresarios, they hit me.
Cool.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could have more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Okay. Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us.
Hold it!
Hi, Gina.
So, you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yup. Ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. Rips off his sleeve.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Wow, look at her.
So happy.
So happy. F12. I need that. I need that on my computer so when I find it 10 years from now, I go, wow, look at her. Everything. We saw everything. Because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into the cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. I like how it's her old pose where she'd be pouting, but now she's like smug and happy.
It's like, oh god, it's like the fucking shit in VLR with Clover just smiling constantly.
Yeah. God.
It's so fucking funny.
God. How that got through. Jesus. Like, no one else has the problem.
No.
How did they not fix it for Clover? I know why. She is uncontainable. You can her energy is too strong. The game devs couldn't even handle it. Weird thing I found out about VLR's promotion. There was a browser clicker game where you would click on Clover's cleavage to get her bra to fall off.
Oh.
But you would have to like have a turbo clicker that could like click faster than humans to actually beat it. And when you beat it, it zooms out because it was only on her chest. It zooms out. She's wearing Kay's helmet. And it's like, whoa! I was like, that's weird. That's really weird. Anyway. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I looked round. There was a huge, great fireball right next to us in the sky. There was nothing there before. Ugh.
Excuse me.
Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Yes, what was it again?
Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark,
I'm a
perhaps?
detective. That's me. Oh, yeah. Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I trust them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh,
Yeah. There was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, ain't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Do we have that? Does that count as the racist counter?
Yeah,
it's still there. With any mention of one race speaking about another. Positive, negative, doesn't matter. It's going on the racism counter. Alright, this guy's hat's crazy. Look at the space where the burner would have to be. This guy has a flat head.
Mm-hmm.
Or his brain's powering it.
Ooh.
But, like, the burner has to be somewhere really close to where the top of his head would be, no?
No, for sure. It would be hot. Like,
be very uncomfortable. In fact, why isn't he flying? Why is the hat still there? Well, if he turns out to be something of an airhead, we'll know why. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
a green balloon?
You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did! I saw it! And you can't say I didn't! I will complain to the council! I will cry and scream! Kid's 11? This kid's like 7 at most. What the heck? Kids are like 7 feet tall when they're 11. What the hell is this? My testimony is the truth! I am Bohemian Prince! You cannot say it is lie! That is not allowed! Playing the bleen royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police.
Alright, we have space in the top left for the classism counter.
Woo!
Yes! Yes! Let's go, Gina! Let's go, Ryunosuke! Fill up this fucking screen. I'll be on the lookout. I'll be on the lookout on the rewatch, alright? When we get to this point, I'll have the total at that point.
The classes.
You'll just have to trust me.
I must ask you to amend your formal testimony.
Because it's probably been at least like 10. Like they talked about that a lot. Like anytime Gina's like her character's brought into question during the final trial of the last game.
In the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored?
Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Magazo, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reasons, planets never explode.
Oh.
It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
It does. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Hamada!
I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them! Racism.
So it's kind of interesting to learn here. So we're actually reading how they like type them out. They've opted to give him a Spanish accent, actually.
He's
like,
Spanish, but it's working really well with the French.
Right, but here's the thing, though. I think the localization team messed up.
Yeah.
Hot air balloons are a French invention, and he's literally wearing the colors of the French flag.
This is true.
Like, I looked at him, and my instinct said French.
He's got the French mustache.
Yeah, like I think
They're
they messed
French.
up. Like I think they like I don't know.
Or they find it funny.
Yeah.
Or they're poking fun at it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
But
like he was saying like "see" and like "senor," which is that's Spanish.
Right, but it wasn't spelled like how you would spell it in Spanish. Obviously, like it's all Latin languages, so I don't know French. Maybe this is.
Well, he would say "we," not "see."
It's true. That's true. But like ragazzo.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Oh, it's Italian.
It's Italian?
Ah. Ragazzo.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Yakub.
Yakub, you've done it again.
Well, I'm gonna stick with the French. It's all I know.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Here you are, Your Highness.
What's Italy?
If only all international incidents were so easily resolved.
Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
No. I did not see the explosion myself. However...
The cage. It fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Cerveza Crystal Tower. That's what I forgot to put in the thumbnail. Let me write that down. Read it.
Oh, sorry. Did you see that actually happen? No. In reality, I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion on the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crossed. I suppose they are his livelihood.
He's robbing people.
But when I looked up at the sky, oh, my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. I am a detective now.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Oh, she's so cute. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Right. You don't know if there was a body in there.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep the people away?
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Italian getting thrown out there in the world. Especially, like... I probably should have been able to pick it up. I've been exposed to quite a bit of, like... some Italian culture, but even then, like, fucking barely. But yeah, I was never getting Italian, I don't think. Unless I saw a CCH pop up, then I know it's Italian.
Right.
Yeah, if I saw something like that, I'm like, Italian. I like the French, though. So you gave the order to keep people away. Eh? Use your head out. How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, what I?
Right.
So because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I could tell ya. Amazing.
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Oh, come here, I'll give you a hug.
Keep it together, Inspector. Prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead?
Thing that we already knew.
That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place.
Good.
2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching to a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Oh, I guess our burned canvas was a piece of the balloon.
Sure.
Because it was green, right?
Careful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. It was not the skies that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Right, and I assume... like a small one? Because he's saying none of the big ones. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
I think it's first statement, and it's that burned piece of rubber. Because he says, none of my balloons were damaged.
None of my balloons were damaged.
But we found a piece of balloon, so...
Objection!
Nice work.
Mr. Loon, your testimony. You said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. Oui, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be... we possess a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, The envelope? Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No!
That's good.
If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so?
Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds. Seems to me like these things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection.
Oh god, 50%? The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. The point of the materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Run it, Zeeks.
Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar? That the persons died in the balloon incident?
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. That's not possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Hey!
Objection.
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up
Yo,
the issue of this
Transformers.
phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah. Grazie, my lord.
Mr. Loon's balloons!
As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in explosion, what a catastrophe!
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Oui. Exactamente. If he even saw the balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war.
You're going to eat us?
Yes.
What happened while at war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
Sorry. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. Senor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistakes have been made, then. Surely Mr. Strahd could have been sent for such a menial task.
What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. He said kids like me can only count up to 2.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh no. Oh no. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought in said he'd have a go at it himself in that case. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. Catastrophe.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiot?
Idiota.
Sorry?
Idiota.
That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else?
Okay.
Italian.
Italian.
That must be French for I don't know.
There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
Oh oui, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Oh, good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like the fire.
Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
It's like patting my keyboard. What does the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged... then what was the one that exploded?
But you can't get away from the fact that a bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene. Actually, didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah. I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, mate. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? That's where most of the investigating was going on.
Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence.
Poor, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was a talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. That's a new pose. The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah. Some of the coves what were watching the experiment went caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh?
I hadn't even considered that.
It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can inspect. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all those fish and chips, eh? No, Gina!
Man's sole pleasure.
Man's sole pleasure.
And none of this matters. This scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente.
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 This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong?
You could have started with that one.
Oui, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. Yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
Excuse me. There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from even before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Ah, oui, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little Agazo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master Wilhelm Gott Sigmund Ornstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but that changes nothing. Oh. If you do not have evidence, Agazo, then I must tell you your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Sorry, I'm yawning. Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. What?
Good gracious! What?
I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. Wow. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower. Of the Bohemian exhibits. Of the streets of London and the hot eel cellar.
The hot eel cellar?
The hot eel cellar, you say? What? The what? The hot eel cellar.
Like, okay, hold on. The Hot Wheels cellar.
The Hot Wheels,
No.
of course. The balloon. The hot eel.
Eel cellar. Like, as in
Eel.
they're selling, like hot dogs?
Hot
Like,
meal?
like he's calling them eels because they're long?
The eel. The meal.
The hot
streets of
eel
London.
cellar.
The hot eel cellar.
Wait, like, was maybe, like, was it a smoking hot woman who was selling eel?
Do we not know about the London eel peddlers that are super hot? What the fuck is this?
Like, I think they do have, like, so maybe it is eel. Like, he's like it's like cooked eel. Like, I'm pretty sure there are eels in the Thames, maybe? I feel like I've seen that in movies before, where it's like,
I mean, eels are everywhere.
Yeah, like the eels in the London River. Like, I feel like I've seen that in a movie before.
The hot they sell the hot eel. I
Eels
could
in
go
the
for
English
some
Channel?
hot eel.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
sure.
The hot
Whatever.
eel cellar.
Great.
God, she was so hot.
Dude, she must have been so hot. You got that picture?
In the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one.
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph?
Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Holy shit.
There's nothing. There's no color. You piece of shit. It didn't have the stripes though, so.
Yeah.
Also, we did not get a long time to look at that.
No.
I didn't click through anything. Well, I see you are too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
May I see it again? Yeah, perhaps you cannot see what is you cannot see that it was that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but But that is not my fault. That is not the fault of the stupid person who made the That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera.
That's funny. That is one very bohemian sounding cry.
How would you pronounce this?
I guess. Actually, I don't really know what the fucking
I don't know what the dots mean.
the dots mean for any like word like that. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. So zoom and enhance here a little bit.
Yeah, so you can see the arrow.
Dude,
flying
it's
at it.
right there. Oh my god, yes,
Yeah,
you're right.
so-
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, so they shoot the
Oh my god.
crossbow
Fuck.
arrow into the balloon.
You were fast to catch that. Nice. Yeah, god, it's like right there. Like it would be like people would be aware of this balloon that was getting so fucking close. Huh. How did they send this thing down? How did they like push this thing where it needed to go so well? Huh. Alright. Right, so the real guy's down there in the cage right now.
Yeah, that's him. People saw it.
They're dropping something out of here to make it look like the guy's gonna do it. It's probably the wax body,
Yeah,
right?
Well, in
They
theory,
then
though,
kill the guy and move him over there. Because they noted that no one went to the Crystal Tower until later. There was more time after this moment for
God,
death to occur.
That's a great point. This whole time, I've actually been like thinking about it as in like this that Asmund did this to fake his death, like this was his plan. But like, no, you bring up a great point. His fucking dead body was there. He is dead.
He's
Yeah.
dead.
No, like that is a great point. He is dead. I like honestly this whole time I was thinking about how he's like alive still. I'm like, nope, no, he's dead.
He's dead. Yeah.
Because it's like, what's the point of the ruse, right? If you're just, but like, also in theory though, there's a second bird cage.
It's in this. It's in there. It's in the balloon they're shooting.
Right, and it's like they managed to get rid of. So from the teleporter, they get rid of fucking Asmund and the bird cage.
Or that one gets destroyed, and they had a second one for some reason.
And they have a second one.
We haven't met the engineer. It's probably just gonna be the engineer.
Sure, that's true.
Like it's, God, the fucking bolt. Holy shit! I see it. Wow. Okay.
Never mind. I'm sure you've had plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. The hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fuck. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up.
Guys, I can't believe it. We're gonna have to present the new evidence we got in the testimony.
Fuck.
In the testimony?
It's attorney, no. Shit.
This probably happened a lot of other times. We just
Yeah,
don't
no.
realize it, and we just caught onto it because of investigations being that.
That.
But shit, man.
The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. But Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility.
Love how that word looks, by the way.
It's a good
It
word.
looks good.
It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure.
Alright. Yup. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a photo stripes.
Yeah. Yeah, that or telling Gino that... Wait, I suppose it could be on 4, but it's...
Objection.
Oh, not on this one.
Huh.
Okay.
The defense would like to object to that
yeah.
last statement, my lord.
I don't fucking care. Die.
The defense is going to kill himself now. I will, glad to see it.
We can hang you if you'd like.
And what would also...
Alright. So that's a save for me. We're in dangerous territory now. The game is afoot suddenly.
Yeah, the game's afoot.
I'm thinking it could be on this one. The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. No, Gina, it was thrown from the balloon. That's what I'm thinking here. Let's read it again. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded the moment he took this shot. Not like we're gonna use anything else. We've used it. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. My Gina saved before that. But you can't get away from the fact that it burnt out. Yep. That's fine. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not the fact that there isn't a stripe in the photo. It's the fact that there's no one in the... okay.
If they fell to the ground in an explosion.
There's no passengers on it.
Objection.
Yes.
Okay. Dude, those are
Whatever.
both contradictions.
Whatever. This one was kind of weird anyway, because we are just sitting here like, we know what piece of evidence we have to show.
Yeah, yeah. Like, that wasn't that bad, like, but it was just like,
No.
they should not have had him say the line about the stripe at the end, I think.
Honestly, I don't think we needed to present anything. I think it should have just, everyone should have been, huh.
That's true.
Yeah, remember in the best case in the series when Larry brought out his drawing finally? You didn't have to present it. They just showed it and everyone went, holy shit, what?
Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else.
The design.
Something crucially important.
I suppose.
The fact that it doesn't have a stripe.
To the game's credit, we don't quite know what the balloons normally look like, and we can only see some of the balloon.
Fair enough. We don't know if the stripes are fucking up or down. Yeah,
It's fine. What?
It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah! My goodness, you're right.
Where's the mechanism that's holding it up? Shouldn't there be like a release mechanism up in the top that you'd be able to see for the gas?
Presumably, yeah.
I'm not gonna worry about that.
Yeah.
That the guy's talking about how he's like, I use gas release for my balloons, and he's got a fucking torch lit on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I think of a hot air balloon, I think of a torch lifting it, not hydrogen.
Yeah.
My goodness, you're right.
I guess that is true. That is what he said is happening. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. Oui, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons are only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. Mysterious green balloon. I know nothing! Menteur! I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection.
Okay, now we can see the stripes. All right, cool. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
Oui! The composer is trying to steal my profits! I did not notice because of the explosion of experimental! So
Fight on, dude.
The funniest thing that's happened.
Just let it flow out, man. Words were meant to be spoken. Or whatever the fuck you just did. I'm not quite sure what that was.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was being to the stage below.
Right. So, then them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
This is quite the gambit. An unmanned balloon that we are pushing, a giant unmanned balloon for all to see that we're pushing into the line of fire of a laser beam at a very specific time.
Objection.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue traitor? Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
That's fair. He's reading the newspaper. Really? Have we really gotten to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there anything more we can learn from it?
There's more, but the text is obscuring it, in case you didn't notice.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. Oh, what's that?
Ah!
A vital clue?
Objection.
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion.
We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the Kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection.
No.
No, that's not what happened.
What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. What's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Yeah. God, this is a little delicate.
Yeah, scary.
Take that!
Got it.
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous.
That's true.
If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of the bright line really is.
Oh yeah, come on.
Zoom and enhance. Oh, goodness! What is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe you may be looking at fire.
Bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow!
Indeed. Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of sorts. Oh my word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd! The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection.
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to have headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
This is absurd.
Ryunosuke, look out!
Yeah, Emma's, hold on. Let me just,
Yeah, we just fucking ditch the crossbow and not, like, take it with them. Whoever was the
absolutely
here.
fucking ridiculous that this
No,
crossbow is left at the scene. This is fucking absurd.
It fucking folds up too, so it's inconspicuous. Like,
oh, collect it later at the scene of the crime. Just take it. Like the crowd's gonna be
like you're at a fucking,
right?
like, you're at a fucking science world fair. You having your crossbow is not that weird. Plus, no one knows you fucking, like, it's not like a gunshot went off in, like, the modern day where you would have to, like, ditch the gun because now, like, the cops are looking for a guy with a gun. No one fucking knows you just shot off a crossbow bolt. No, it's absurd. Good lord! Is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon. Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Blimey, you're right. Blimey. Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then, the explosion of the balloon! It was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No!
Oh. This is a good pose.
Yeah, he doesn't get hit too often, but...
Order! Order! Counsel! This is an extraordinary supposition.
Jury, please, listen. He's saying good stuff.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge. Of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah. If someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic everywhere, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this. But something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. What was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what?
Oh my goodness me!
Finally
now I
taken notice,
understand.
have you?
You ignorant slaves.
Ignorant slaves.
That's what the sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. That horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start.
In the balloon itself?
Yeah, this is fucking wild.
Whatever, man. Fine. Okay. Oof.
On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous Kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground.
That's a nice red arrow. I feel compelled to look at this scene more. Click on it, perhaps.
Causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower.
So, something just crossed my mind here. I'm curious if it's actually going to, if there might be a like a second twist here where what we're seeing right now, let's just say it's the engineer. This is the magician's act right now, right? This is the vanishing act. This is not the murder. This is not covering up the murder, in fact.
No.
This was just the plan.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking we're looking at here. And that the real murder is beyond this. Not in tandem with this from whoever did what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go with what's his fucking name? Asmin. Was
Asmin.
like wanted this to go the way this did. He's a criminal. He knew if he proved that, like, if he could convince London that he made a teleporter machine, he'd get the grant money, right?
Yes.
This is probably his plan.
Yes.
I agree with you there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is definitely Asmin's plan.
Well,
then-
we found an idiot who thinks this will work. We'll play
trick
out
him
the
into thinking it works.
yeah. We'll play the performance and we'll get the fuck out of here. You and me, engineer man. Right?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. God, it feels so obvious now that I've said it. Yeah, like I was hanging on to the murder transplant. Yeah, the murder, the teleport is real, and that this was all done so that you could move the body.
Yeah, but this is the body moving is something else. Yeah, I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous! What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic!
I'm spitting all over my screen.
Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I may put it in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3.
Juror number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger. Someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asmin.
Ass man.
And having this other man appear on stage and to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asmin must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
No.
No, that's stupid.
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4! Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
The mixture ratio.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to the extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
I could feel your cheeks getting larger over that sentence. Zeke's is like, God damn it, I wanted it to be real. Fuck. Yeah, that's the fun love inside, like Edgeworth and his Steel Samurai love.
Yeah.
It's like, damn it. Teleportation would be sick as
real.
fuck.
No.
In that promotion video, when they get to talking about these games,
Edgeworth goes, yeah, well, I still have more ruffles than Zeke's.
Oh my fucking god. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception, to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Okay.
Right, this makes sense right now
This makes sense
with what
too.
they're talking. However,
So,
we don't know how the cage on the stage disappeared yet. We don't know what the underbelly of that contraption looks like because we haven't had a look at it. I think we're still going to go with what we were talking about.
Right, so
I
I'll
still
say-
think it's going to be body moved there later, is my
yes,
guess.
yeah, so considering what they're saying, like, ignore the wax sculpture that we know plays a part.
That we know is in play, yeah.
And like, it could be guy is dressed up as him
Yep.
on the stage.
Yep.
The body's already dead in the balloon.
Yes,
Right,
very
he-
possible.
He was killed a while ago, right? And they just drop him in the sky, and he's like, and there was no switcheroo necessarily.
And he did
It's just-
fall. He had a broken vertebrae. He did fall, apparently.
yeah, he did fall apparently.
Okay.
I'm going to assume
By the
this person on
screwdriver.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Hold on. Maybe we don't tangle ourselves up.
For sure. I was just thinking about this though.
Yeah. Okay. It means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Ugh.
In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time.
Ah! Everyone put your finger up to his.
It'd be very hard for the prosecution to counter.
Everyone, we're all touching his finger together right now. Do you feel connected?
Well, I'm about 10 feet away from my screen, but yeah.
You've seen Futurama. You know what you need.
So that's what life would have been like if I invented the thing longer. A man can dream, though.
Man, what a great episode.
I was thinking about this earlier.
What,
like,
what
Futurama
if
might
I
be my
was
favorite
more...
show ever.
Yeah, I think Futurama is probably the best. What if I was a bit more impulsive? Just kills everyone?
I figured it out. Was the express built on a Indian burial ground? No. Then it was you, Leela.
Oh, fuck. It had a new season recently, right?
Yeah, it's actually on its second new season.
I thought this would be like its 5th reboot at this point.
Yeah, no, it's
It's hard to
season
to
5.
die.
Yeah, canceled after season 5, canceled after the movies, and then canceled after its 3 seasons, like Comedy Central seasons. So
Right.
yeah, so it's like 4, I guess.
Anyway, this would be very hard for the prosecution to counter.
Lord Van Zeeks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now.
Hairbrain, no. No. No, don't do it. No. No, don't do it.
I
I'm
swear to
doing
God,
it.
I'll admit I murdered him myself. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut. Please. Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain?
I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman.
Hmm.
He's throwing the I'm a real scientist, Hail Mary. He's willing to admit to
Yeah.
murder to make people think he's a real scientist.
Yeah, it's that, or he was in on it.
He wasn't on it or something.
You know, kind of like how Lana, you know,
Sure,
was always trying to deny stuff. Yeah, Timo's right. Futurama ended with the Comedy Central
yeah. That's a good
seasons.
point.
I did see the final episode of those. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I actually really like the Comedy Central seasons. They're some of my favorite episodes.
It's good.
Um,
It's good to hear.
you
Futurama
haven't-
mostly good.
yeah, mostly good. I watched the first episode of the stuff that came out last year. I didn't really like it. But apparently some episodes were good, so I might give it another shot.
Yeah, Leo seemed to like it okay. I think he...
Yeah.
Or was he saying he didn't like it? I don't quite remember.
I think he said he liked it well enough.
So it's terrible then. He's too agreeable. That guy doesn't hate anything.
Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing?
Well, that was easy.
Order! Order! Order!
This guy's a death wish.
Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection.
Nope. Shut up. Professor Hairbrain.
Professor Hairbrain,
Shut the fuck up.
what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank. But where's your proof? No, you would have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. Quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just... Barak!
You just let me. I can prove. Barak. Yeah, what's up?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Okay.
I don't know, man. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here is to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused confession. You intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick. Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects... Excuse me, let me start that one. Because if you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chances of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Interesting. Well, Counsel, What is the defense's official position on this matter? Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Ah, good to be back. Come on, have the screen fade to black in the background.
Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous Kinesis machine was in fact... Fuck.
Listen, buddy. If it's a conjuring trick, which it probably is, you have been duped. You have been fooled into thinking something that you hold so dearly is worth even keeping. It's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
Like, sorry, man. Plus, me, the player, want to know what happened, so fuck you. Bad end. I suppose this does go against the ethos of what this game has taught us.
Right.
Which is always just believe in your client.
Client, yeah.
But that's not true. That's not true. All the good cases involve us fighting our client. Like, you know, Lana,
Yeah, they're
Edgeworth. Edgeworth was
yeah.
like, dude, just fucking leave me to die. There it is. The Kino fade.
No! I can't say it! My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. Actually, I'm not sure. if saying this.
Sholmes? What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. Could be Kazuma.
I'm always waiting for Ghost of Kazuma.
What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. Could be Susato. What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. Cover my ground good enough? We good? It's what can I protect? It's what can I protect? It's what can I protect? It's just all of them.
Yeah, wait, do an iris.
It's what I can protect. Wait, it's what I can protect. It was Susato. Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Oh!
Sus!
That's the sound effect for smelling. Hi, Susato.
Susato-san! But what are My first Susato takedown in 6 months!
Yes. There will be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now,
We must concentrate on the task at hand. I have fabricated evidence to help us win this case.
Which is working out, not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain. Yes. Yesterday, you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth, too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
No, not again! Ah! So.
God screams because his name's Wilhelm.
Yeah. So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you. Oh. Susato. Albert, you can't ignore this any longer.
The accident, Albert. It was 2 days ago. It wasn't your fault.
You have to get over it. Having heard my learned friend's assertion. Almost said assertion. Fuck. It's hard being a prosecutor saying that word, apparently. Having heard my learned friend's assertion. Don't you have something to say?
Barock. Lord Van Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
In truth.
Bunny brain. Hair.
There is-
H-A-R-E. Sorry. Go on. because Iris called him Bunny Head or something. Bunny brain. I was like, why'd you call him Bunny?
Yeah, hair.
Yeah, my bad. Go on, please.
There is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A
Wearing
man
mask. Okay.
holding that crossbow.
What the
I
fuck?
beg your pardon. Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me. And thin. Thinner than me. What? With straight hair. Straighter. And whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. Sephiroth with a monocle.
Yeah, it's Sephiroth.
But one thing in particular will help you positively identify this man.
I know him!
His one singular black wing. You see, I know him very well. I'm his father, after all.
After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Yes, thank you.
After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
No way. What?
He built the machine. That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of... Get shot.
Die.
Damn it. Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber.
Enochi and Angel, One-Winged Angel. It's Sephiroth. Enoch Drebber. The famous scientist magician.
Is that his name? Okay, this is great. The magician and the scientist both know his name. That's funny.
That's funny. Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear, either. Who on earth is he?
Randomly selected, huh?
I'm afraid this is the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out
Tommy,
to be...
you were like illegible doing that voice. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Less cheek.
There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but staged trickery in the end.
Perfect.
Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money.
Yeah, the problem with those voices is that like it's all air hitting the mic, so like the words just get lost.
When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics.
I'm sorry. Flamboyant experiments. Ah, yes, the magicians resort to real methods that adhere to the laws of physics rather than real magic. Yeah, it's sad.
Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician.
Dual classing.
Yes. We're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
Wow, thank you, randomly selected jury. Yeah, that is true, Alexis, but I imagine a lot of people might not have this on, being, like, looking directly at it. So I'd rather the voices be clearer.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? But the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
Fuck!
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and tuned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
We don't do test runs here.
But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
What's rough, buddy? Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? With you by my side.
Yes. Please go ahead.
We got him, everyone! Everyone in the court just starts fucking cheering. They're like, finally, we have teleportation!
Yeah, no, I think
We got him!
we fucking got him. I'm very sorry.
So he's guilty, right?
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now.
Wait, but the summation examination, Judge, I didn't do one. Weird, I know. How did that not happen? What the hell? Everyone get back in here. Jurors, I need you to vote guilty right now.
Lord Von Zeeks.
What's up? My lord.
The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like to like him served us with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord.
Go have a nice evening with your girl. I see that she's back. Wink.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
We've done it. Got the girl. Guy's basically innocent. Looking good.
It is looking good.
Looking good. Can you go back to prison? I want to talk with my girlfriend. Like, I don't need some geed here ruining the atmosphere.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'll take over for these parts, of course. Yes?
I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, wow. How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing.
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
All right. In that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusations against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
Dies. Sussy! I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
Flashback to Sholmes getting the mail.
I hid it from you, Runo! So it would be a surprise! Oh, Iris. Oh, Iris. You know, you're so good to me, Iris. That's so sweet of you to do that.
That's pretty cute.
That's great. Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win.
Susato by my side.
With Susato by my side. And she's got Yuna's outfit on. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. Hug? Too much to ask, apparently, every time, man. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna have two parts of a case there. I thought it was gonna be one and two one part trial and then back into an investigation, then a 2-part trial. But hopefully this investigation is not too long then. So that I can mostly be in the trial. Pretty good section though.
Yeah, that was good. That was really good.
No summation, which is a big plus. Nothing too crazy, kind of easy. But fun characters. The characters definitely carried that quite a bit. But well, stop here for tonight, obviously. Good place to stop. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night to probably not finish this case. Might need 2 more streams for this case. It's gonna be like this might be 15 streams at this rate.
What are we on, 7? Maybe.
We're on 7.
You're thinking we're halfway through the game right now? Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable.
We're on the penultimate case, right?
I don't think so.
Or are there 2 more cases?
I don't know that for sure. I think there's no. I think there's 5.
So
Maybe not. Maybe there's just 4 in this game.
Okay.
Maybe there's just 4. So maybe we are in the penultimate case.
Okay.
Which I could buy. If anything, now that you say that, Maybe there is just one more case.
It feels
after
like we're
this.
getting there, like just kind of like.
Yeah.
But
You never-
Sato's back now, right? And it's like.
Yeah. And we've had the proper setup with 2
Mm-hmm.
and 3. Yeah, hopefully. I would like there to just be one more. But I think I remember. I think when
Seeing that there were 5?
I think when I checked. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm gonna check right now for my own sake, just to know. 5.
5 cases.
This
okay.
is the longest case, though.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, longest case in terms of to be continueds.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Investigation 1, Trial Part 1 and 2, Investigation 2, Trial Part 3 and 4.
Okay.
So this is the longest case. The other ones are... I'm not looking at the names, but... Okay. Next case looks weird. Okay. They look shorter, but I do know that the final one is quite grandiose, though, of course, as you might imagine.
As I would imagine.
But it might have like super long court cases and investigation sequences, though, which is probably going to be the case. So, yeah, this might be 15 streams. I gotta stop talking about this at the end of every stream. I'm just like, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm like, I wanted to get this done before Metaphor came out, but we're probably gonna have to finish it like the week after Metaphor releases, which is fine. No big deal at all. I was just gonna want to take time to work on highlights and just play that game on my own time in the meanwhile. So, if I start talking about this shit again at the end of next streams, just cut me off and tell me to end the stream. All right, bye.